Makhado should be on. We are not going to be changing.
Limachelo, Aushe, Tovela. My name is McDonald Ndo, aka KK. Kabadon Dierazwa. You can tell the person sitting next to you, Udo Diva Vanams. We are going to rock you. We are just fixing, please be patient with us, we are just fixing here. Okay. I was standing here to tell you that we are just fixing here. And only to find out there's nobody behind me. All right, we are going to start with our program, which is very short. And I'm wondering why we have such a short program. But if you look at it without wearing glasses, you might think it's very long. Nifupi Mamande program. It's going to be a very informative program today. Good morning. And right now we are going to start. I'm going to call upon the choir, the UNIVEN choir, for our national anthem. And I hope they are ready. Okay, looks like they are ready. Let's give them a round of applause as they walk. I wish I could sing, you know, every time. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. we are going to proceed. Rikoliwa ngamanda initiative ine University of Venda yako ita ya uyava tuni. Ngauri, hezi bachikubona bumakuru orali, boko kwani. It's because University of Venda yozubona urindizwa ndemuri, baye batuni, bade kabone, na bone bakono da kabone. Zibe zwabuḓi musi ri tshi khou alusana ngo ralo kha sia ḽa u sika mishumo, sia ḽa vhubindudzi. Ndi zwavhuḓi, zwa zwino ri tshi khou thoma ri khou humbela introduction of guests from Miss A Hlaiseka, Innovation Champion for LED. You can do better than that. I mean, just look at this dress. This is beautiful. You can go all you want, but I don't think you can rock it this way. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Program Director. Greetings to our Vice Chancellor and Principal, Dr. Bernard Tambereni, and the UNIVEN community, our guests, as well as our royal leaders. May I please have the liberty to say all protocol observed. Today is a special day. I will start by introducing myself. My name is Amukelani Wakahlaiseka. I am an innovation champion for local economic development from the Institute for Rural Development, and I am based in Collins Chabane Municipality. I'm saying today is a special day because we have guests from different places. It is because of our differences and our uniqueness that our work happens. And this is so beautiful because our diversity contributes to innovation-driven local economic development. So we have guests from the local municipalities and the district municipality. Within our municipalities, we have our LED managers and officers. I'll start with Mr. Vhembe, who is a College Chabane Tourism Officer. We also have Mr. P. Nechubuyu, who is Makhado LED Officer. We have Musina Councillor Nkata. We also have Mr. M. Nemakonde, Thulamela Municipality, LED Manager. Okay, he's there. We also have Mr. M. Mushapi, Vhembe District Municipality, LED Manager. Moving on, in our midst we have Mr. S. Gumete from Technology Innovation Agency. He is a Portfolio Manager, Innovation Champion for Local Economic Development. He is also representing Ms. Bintuli, Department of Science and Innovation Director, who couldn't be with us today. And he also came with Ms. C. Sitole, who is a Stakeholder Relations Support. There she is. They also accompanied by Ms. M. Mariri, Administrator at Technology Innovation Agency. There is also Mr. D. Gotora, Scania Director. Thank you. We also have Mr. T. M. Lusunzi, Director at Limpopo Economic Development, Environment and Tourism Department. There's also Dr. Madzibandila, CEO of the Food, Agriculture and Natural Resource Policy Analysis Network. There's also Dr. M. Moofe, Socio-Economic Innovation Partnership, Deputy Director General in the Department of Science and Innovation. In our midst, we are also graced by the owners of the land where we are working or where we are engaging with the communities. And these are the traditional authorities. So with due respect, I will hand over to Dr. Mami to introduce them.
Good morning, everyone. Ndi macheloni. Utoitahani. Na neno vuwa. Dr. Mamini Nehapa. So, but I am Dr. Mshaisano Agnes Makhado, a senior lecturer in the Institute for Rural Development. I also play a role of community engagement coordinator in the institute. So my daughter thought she would not do it properly. So she requested me to come and assist here to introduce our traditional leaders. I will try by all means, it will be the time to assist me. Thank you very much. So she has already indicated that the traditional leaders who are here, we are working closely with them in this project of local economic development. So amongst us we have Hosinkulu Madonzi, Lidoumelo Batubantu hapa Richikoluba, Ngauri Mahosi Atolubiwa, Aribandi Zwanda. So but don't say Richiko Amba Misanda and Misanda. One is never to Sazone Uruba. The Kotanga Zone of Hanati, the Dobafunde Doris, which is one hanging and yellow panda. Snova, Songori Hoya, Gauri Asungait. The zone is never like Azone Musiroya hanging in the Richiko Shumana Marosi higher. Snono Sumbe Sapas or the Barishiko Utaganeza, Ohosinkulu Madonzi. Badora Venesa, Nidovan Quita, manage. But to come to serve Banotevera hapa ndibo tovera masia. Andobe hapuri Ndidodoba na rakananeza wo acting nkosi wo sintumule. Aribuve. Zonaka bawupedzisela hapa ndibothobele bochibase arilumbe ariye zonaka ndopedza
Dr. Mami. I'm sure our young generation learned a thing or two. Kanya Suzo. Dizo, Shubabara Shasha. vari muri uri ntatava muri usa ruri nga ndadzi ndadzi topfuka nga thungo. I know. I wish I was from the royal family. But hey, guys, maybe someone can adopt me. Thank you, Dr. Mami. Thank you, Miss A. Shaiseka. That was wonderful. Housekeeping, Miss T. Mtwanamba. IC4LED. Let's give her a round of applause, please. This kind of walk, you can't just find it on the street. I mean, look at that, look at that. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Ah, come on, ladies and gentlemen. You're looking good.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Tanzi Mutwanamba, and I'm an innovation champion for local economic development. Here for housekeeping issues. I'm so excited today because we'll be showcasing our progress for our first pilot project, which is being implemented at Vhembe District Municipality. Can you please clap hands for that? We'll also be launching 2 songs by Dr. Colbert Mukwebo. So I'm so excited. I would like us to all participate. If it's the time to dance, let us all dance. Whatever the program director will be telling us to do, let us feel free and participate in all the activities. So when it comes to COVID-19 protocols, I'll kindly ask us to adhere to all the COVID-19 protocols. And then if we want to go to the ablutions, as we go outside of the exits, on your left, you'll find the ablutions. And also there's an attendance register. Make sure that you sign the attendance register before you leave this event. Thank you so much and enjoy.
Thank you. What's your favorite Dr. Colbert Mukwebo song?
The Lord.
The Lord. Don't you want to know what's my favorite? What the wonderful none of you? Katambina tanga zawe. Katambina tanga zawe. Abazali baby. Oli boy. Ndikali ngamanda luona. Zino. I want to show you that whatever Dr. Colbert Mukwebo wrote, it's timeless. Oli limbo luchimbrera naso zinezokuitia zvino uchironi. Oli limbo ndilo radiolizwa ngamanda karne vaswa na machude. Ngaore lunandayo rekopana tere. Zvino DJ piano yona kuidokokota. Idokokota ngamra. Get ready, DJ. Zazino, we are going to have a welcome address and purpose of this momentous occasion by Dr. N.B. Tambeleni, who is a VC and principal. A round of applause. Thank you. I never thought education and style goes together. Nice coat. But what must just the coat.
Thank you, Program Director. McDonald Ndo, otherwise known as KK, for those who know him. Thank you so much. The Deputy Director General for the Department of Science and Innovation, Dr. Mboneni Mwofe, Acting Executive Mayor of the Vhembe District Municipality, Mr. Abashoni Chabane. Osinkulu Jakanjaka III, Advocate H.S. Mukari, Tobele Chibaseri, Tobele Manager, our esteemed traditional leaders present, mayors and councillors of our local municipalities, municipal managers of the Vhembe District Municipality and your team, the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research and Postgraduate Studies, Professor Feza, Head of Department of Limpopo, Department of Economic Development, Environment and Tourism, Mr. Mike Lusunzi, Chief Executive Officer of Food, Agriculture, Natural Resources, Policy Analysis Network, Dr. T. Mazivandelu. Representatives from the Technology for Innovation Agency, Mr. Gumede, Human Sciences Research Council represented here by Dr. Mushoni Buragi, Director of Institute for Rural Development at the University of Venda, Professor J. Francis, the Co-Project Manager for Innovation Champion for Local Development, Mr. Mushapi, the Director for Community Engagement at the University of Venda, Professor V.O. Nechandama, Business Community, notably represented by Mr. Jeleni, and also Mr. Mbulungeni. Our renowned artist and musician, Dr. R.C. Mukwebo and your band, senior management, staff, and students of the University of Venda and other tertiary institutions that are present here, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. It is such a great pleasure for me to welcome you this morning at the University of Venda and our beautiful province of Limpopo. Today marks a very important day in the history of the University of Venda. We are excited and honored to host you here in this amazing diversity that we see to celebrate the achievements that have been registered since 2019 October, when the implementation of the Innovation Champions for Local Development project started. We are gathered here because of the Department of Science and Innovation, in partnership with the Department of Cooperative Governance, saw it fit to make us the first district in the whole country to pilot test the Innovation Champions for Local Economic Development Programme. Dr. Mope, our profound thanks to you and the department for the confidence that you demonstrated in making us the first destination for your investment in the department. Program Director, you will allow me to also take this opportunity to commend the Director of the Institute for Rural Development, Professor J. Francis, and his organizing team for planning this important event meant to showcase and celebrate the achievements of the Innovation Champions for Local Economic Development Project. This event highlights the most notable work that will be showcased through the launch of the 2 songs that are meant to entertain, educate society about the local economic development which Dr. Ruzani Colbert Mukwebo has produced on behalf of the project. On behalf of the University of Venda and its council, I'm grateful for the support from the department, as I said earlier, which is the custodian of the National Innovation Champions for the Local Economic Development Programme. Program Director, the University of Venda, like all other universities in South Africa and elsewhere, we aspire to establish meaningful local, regional, and national and international linkages. As articulated by Sir Hilary Beckles, the former Vice-Chancellor of the University of West Indies, he said the following, and I quote, that universities are not built to serve themselves. They are built and resourced to serve their communities and nation, close quote. The Institute for Rural Development, which is leading this project on behalf of the university, uses an appropriate slogan that they've coined, which is the following: taking the university to its rightful owners. Quite a very important slogan that they put for themselves. In positioning the University of Venda for impact and relevance, our strategic plan 2025 has put emphasis on 4 interrelated strategic thrusts, namely student-centeredness and engaged scholarship, entrepreneurial university, governance for outstanding scholarship, and lastly, the linkages, partnerships, and internationalization. Our strategic plan foregrounds these linkages in a simple but effective way in its quest to be an engaged university. Our view of the university is that universities must become catalysts for building inclusive societies. Universities should lead the charge in addressing the developmental challenges by providing relevant contextualized knowledge, insights, and locally relevant recommendations for policy formulations and implementations, solving existential problems, creating technological products, and producing new knowledge that can be adapted for economic, political, and social improvement. Through this event, such as this today, the University of Venda endeavors to foreground its perspective that our core mission is not only the production of graduates that contribute to the national development of our county, but also our notable role as contributors to the civic and community engagement. Through the Institute of the Rural Development and Community Engagement at our university, the University of Venda has led several initiatives to operationalize citizen-driven community development projects in traditional authorities in the Vhembe district of our province. To foreground this and to give meaning to this partnership, the University of Venda, through the Institute for Rural Development, facilitated in crafting and signing of the Memorandum of Agreement with 6 traditional authorities on the 8th of December 2021 in the Vhembe region. Now, this once again demonstrates our commitment to working closer with our traditional leadership and municipalities. Ladies and gentlemen, this year is a very special year to the University of Venda. We are celebrating 40th anniversary of the university existence. We will extend our invitation to you to join us in the main celebration event that will be held in October later this year. And we look forward to receiving you. And on behalf of the University of Venda staff, students, and management, I extend our hearty welcome to you, and we look forward to a lively engagement throughout the day. I thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. Zazino, sialala basho, malende. Malende barete aterifu. If there's one thing that you don't know, we are the only people who can use 2 feet when we are dancing. Like, trust me. If you don't believe me, ask Dr. Koza. If he doesn't know, ask me again. Mipururu! Mipururu ikaina! Ari, 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 ari! This is beautiful. This is us. This is who we are. Hey? Who's going to say two, same time. I say, look, no. But material, what's going on? One leg. Our leg, one leg. Renee, two. It's magic. It's magic. You don't find it anywhere. But integration is important. It's needed. These guys are growing. And I wonder if the next generation will know how to keep it up. It's important. Right? Integrating innovation into LED, national imperative. Mr. S. Vhembe, who is going to be representing DSI Director, Innovation for LED. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you, sir. Nice jacket. Nice jacket. Combination of the color, gray and blue. Nice. You look like a guy in the magazine type.
Thanks. Thanks, Program Director. I am tempted to not say good morning, but say Mashoron. Thank you. Program Director KK, I have a mother who was 89 years old way back at KZN. Since I said to her, I'm coming to work at Venda, she's been asking me for the past 2 days, have you seen KK? So you will have to give me evidence that I actually saw you in person, so that I can be a good son that I am to my mother, because she needs that evidence. And Program Director, please do allow me to say all protocol observed. I'm standing here on behalf of Ms. Musina, who couldn't be part of us, part of this very important occasion today. She has worked very, very hard on this project and many other projects. She would have really loved to be here today, but unfortunately, she is not well to be here, and therefore she instructed me, well, she asked me to give her message to you today, and I obliged. Her message today, Promise is going to beam it, I think, on the screen. Her message today is indeed on innovation for local economic development, which is basically using innovation to create thriving, developmental and inclusive local economies. It is encapsulated on the following. One, overview of the Innovation for Local Economic Development agenda of the Department of Science and Innovation. 2, national local economic development policy, a new framework for LED. 3, implementing the framework for LED through innovation champions for LED. Now, innovation, what is innovation? I'm glad to say that yesterday we had a workshop with the grassroots innovators from the district. And we had some deliberation on what innovation is. And it was very interesting, the interaction with the innovators was quite interesting and quite robust. And the engagement is going to continue. So innovation is about creating and bringing new and better solutions to day-to-day challenges of citizens. These solutions are created by big institutions, such as the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, but also by ordinary citizens in townships and villages, where they are in Shayindima, Malamulela, Chikota, Chakuma, or Masisi. I did not sleep practicing to pronounce appropriately these names. I hope I did justice. The commitment of the Department of Science and Innovation is to bring and support the development of innovations, solutions for people in Venda, so that citizens, businesses, communities, and industries can improve their livelihoods, increase profitability of their businesses, create new industries and jobs, and improve the quality of lives. The department funds various institutions that do work to bring about such solutions. More importantly, we have programs to support ordinary people in communities to turn good ideas into tangible innovations, i.e. the Living Labs program and grassroots innovation programs. If you need to know more about these programs, in case you do not know, please do talk to us and the team. We'll be very happy to share. There are 3 aims, of course, of innovation for local economic developments. 1, strengthening the local innovation systems, catalyzing community-owned industries and clusters, enabling local government to foster innovation-driven LED. Now, on national framework for LED, in essence, South Africa has entered a new era of LED practice, where municipalities must foster innovation-driven local economies. I think it's a common cause that the national economy cannot grow if local economies are not growing. Drawing on the innovation for local economic development strategy of the DSI, the new 10-year Horizon National Framework for LED was revised collaboratively by the Department of Cooperative Governance and the Department of Science and Innovation to incorporate innovation. Now, this is in line with the white paper on science, technology, and innovation. 3 of 6 of the pillars of the framework focus specifically on innovation. These are highlighted in the following slides, or rather slide. Municipalities are encouraged by the DCoG and DSI to draw on the national framework when putting together their LED strategies and designing programs for implementation. Musi is quite happy, and also the department, that the Vhembe district has achieved this important milestone. Now, the 3 highlighted in yellow are building diverse and innovation-driven local economies, developing learning and skillful economies, strengthening local innovation systems. Now, on this last slide, it's about innovation champions for LED.
Now, the IC4LED is a program of the DSI aimed at making the program agenda and new framework for LED a reality where people live. We are happy to partner with Vhembe and its locals as the first pilot in the country. For municipalities to foster innovation-driven LED that we imagine, they must be capacitated through training, knowledge, resources, and skilled people, hence the innovation champions that are in various municipalities. Through the program, the following will be achieved. Following 5 will be achieved. 1, placing innovation champions in Vhembe, Thulamela, Chabane, Makhado, and Musina LED offices to support LED managers to drive the innovation agenda. Coordinating the mapping of local innovation systems using local innovation assessment tool, LIAT. Now, understanding what innovation is taking place or not in our communities is important for LED planning and designing interventions. 3, incorporating LIAT methods in integrated development planning processes. 4, ensuring that LED strategies incorporate innovation. And lastly, creating linkages, source funding and expertise from institutions such as the Agricultural Research Council, Technology Innovation Agency, and the CSAR. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a message that Busi would have loved to deliver herself to you today. I certainly will take back and share and feedback to her my own observation as I've been here. Firstly, is that the program is fully supported indeed by academia, with the VC being here, by political principals, the executive mayor being represented here today, the traditional leadership also being here. This gives us the best template for a pilot project. In essence, Vhembe has given us a solid cornerstone to build upon for the rest of the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Round of applause. Mawufike ekhaya umtshela umama ukuthi nami ngijabulile lapha. Ngizoza ngivakashe nami lapha. Ngiyasishaya izulu hawu. Why ngingashayela izandla? Ungathi ngijealous, ngiyangijelesela mina, ngiyanibona. Mina ngishaya izulu sangempela. Or kanjani bafu? Aha. Thank you very much, Mr. Gumede. Poem by True Art Entertainment. True Art Entertainment. Are they ready? True Art Entertainment, okay. Right, they are still preparing. You see, being a poet is not easy, If you just miss one line, you're gone. You're gonna come here and render an item that has like 4 pages, but one line can get you in trouble. So they're getting their things together. So we're going to move on to the highlights of the innovation champions for local economic development project. We are going to humbly request Professor J. Francis and Mr. M. Mushapi for they are the project coordinators. So you decided to come along?
The professor is afraid.
The professor is afraid. You are the man.
Thank you, KK. The principal of the university, the executive mayor, the traditional leaders, the members of the community, and those of us who are government officials and academics. I was supposed to be with the professor here, but he chickened out. And if the professor is afraid to come here, what more about me? I think I'm really afraid. But let me say, the relationship between Vhembe District Municipality and the University of Venda started long ago. Around 2005, we signed the first memorandum of understanding. And we started to engage, building this relationship. That led us to have a trip to India, wherein we began to interact with the Junagadh Agricultural University, and also we ended up having a partnership between the two institutions, University of Venda and so on, whereas we were having a partnership with Gondal Municipality. Out of those interactions, our eyes began to open to say what some of the people who are learned, who went to school before 1994, used to call out to say we needed people's education for people's power and how it should be. We began to realize ourselves as Vhembe District Municipality and the University of Venda to say it is possible to have a people's education which will empower people. By that, we're talking about the university that would become a real citizen in the area where it is, in line with what the United Nations Global Compact states. To say if you are a corporate citizen in a particular area, you should become a citizen that helps others to achieve their goals. And University of Venda is becoming one of those. Hence our relationship that is never ending. Hence the work that they are doing in the communities. This relationship made us to engage with the Department of Science and Technology, and we asked them to say, we want to be the guinea pigs of the new approach to LED that you have brought. And the Department of Science and Technology received us very well, and we worked with them until today. And to my understanding, we have delivered where we are supposed to deliver, and we are still going to deliver more because the project has not yet ended. And to the Department of Science and Technology, one more, worry about. It's like after this launch, everybody in South Africa will be knowing that there is a municipality somewhere next to Zimbabwe called Vhembe District Municipality. And also there is a university in that municipality that can become a very important national asset. So we thank you for that. The work began in this particular program. The work began very well with mobilization of the people. When we were mobilizing people, the university came up with quite a number of innovative ideas. And we had to workshop people on the way we are going to work, and it took us a lot of time when we were preparing. We managed to bring stakeholders, all stakeholders, in a way that now, when we talk about economic cluster in Vhembe District Municipality, all people in terms of the IGR who are in the economic cluster now work in unison. We work as one team. You may not know that this person comes from the Department of Agriculture or from the Department of Small Business and so on. When we are working, we now understand that we are working as government. That is the work that the university managed to bring us together. We are now making inroads into working very well with the traditional leaders. That is why you are having the traditional leaders that are here. Because the relationships that we are building should be living relationships, and the relationship that is based on respect and accepting of each other's responsibilities. The forums that we have for governance of LED, the Chamber of Commerce, the agricultural forums, and many tourism forums, and many more, are now gelling quite well out of this program. And we are now able to say, I am also a professor, because I'm always with the professors of the university. You may say I don't have a certificate, but the knowledge that I'm gaining every day when I'm working with the academics of the university is rubbing into me so that I'm becoming a professor. The same applies to other colleagues that we're having. So the amount of knowledge that we have is quite high. So thank you, DSI. And when we were talking about the People's University for People's Education for People's Power, we're talking about a situation wherein the researches that the university do, the curriculums that our students learn are based on the things that the people are based on the people that on the issues that people are always experiencing on a daily basis. And in our interaction in this program, we have students that we are working with. And these students are now very well aware of the situation around them, and they are very well aware of the developmental needs of their people. And that is quite an achievement. And I think some of the curriculums that you have as a university, even if you may not change them, the students will be doing what we call, the students will be doing what is expected of them as citizens who are advanced on the intelligentsia of the society. So we thank you for that. Today as we speak, there are many innovations that we have already started. One more. To start with, the process that we engaged in when we were developing the LED strategy, we did not sit in the offices and bring experts. We went down to our nose as defined by our spatial development framework. which was beginning to that implies the beginning of integration of spatial development framework and LED strategy. We are beginning to talk in one voice. And when we were there in those nodes, we managed to bring more people into we managed to bring people together into meetings and workshops, and we were bringing nearly everybody, starting from the traditional authorities, civic associations, the elderly citizens, the senior citizens, the middle-aged, those of us who think we know the academics and the knowledgeable people in the community, the children, the youth, and so on, and all were participating. That is quite an innovation. To say when we talk about people governing, like those of you who believe in the Freedom Charter, some of us don't know it very well. When they say people shall govern, I think it was beginning to be put in the real perspective, wherein people were deciding to say, this is the right way to go and all those things. So that is the first innovation that one could say. And in those engagements, we managed to come out with tools. Tools that were helping us to reach a decision. Tools, hey, the academics are very clever. They are able to make you bring out the knowledge that you have without you knowing that you are doing that because of those tools. And I believe those tools, moreover, if they are used elsewhere, like in where my learned friend who was here comes from, in the KwaZulu-Natal area, they will come out with results the same way that we came out with results as we were at Masisi. So we have brought something and some knowledge into the fore. Some of our LED managers, like me, we just passed standard 10, but we were, as we were working with the university, able to participate in writing papers. Some of the papers, when they come out, you will find that even Mukundi was one of the authors of the papers, which is quite an empowering thing. And Prof, you must say I'm the one who led, because I'm also leading here and you are seated. So those are some of the things that we managed to do. And as we were developing this LED strategy, there are things that were beginning to come out to say, maybe, if we go this way, I'm just trying to take those things that seem to be unique. Maybe because we've got the university, we as the district municipality, maybe we no longer need to have a research unit that has got many people, because we've got cheap labor just across the border. Sometimes when we say cheap labor, professors and so on become angry. But if you are doing all this work for us as a professor and we are not paying, okay, maybe let me not say cheap labor, let me say free labor. And you are not paying. And if you look at the rate that we are supposed to be charging us as the municipality and the work that we are doing, definitely it's either free labor or cheap labor, or you are being abused and allow us to abuse you. So out of that, we believe that the university is going to be the research unit of Vhembe District Municipality and all its local municipalities. And we have also come up with an idea that maybe we need to develop our own local systems of innovation. I'm speaking big English now. Because as we're working with the university, we realize there are so many people with knowledge in the University of Venda. But also, there is also a lot of people with knowledge who come from Vhembe, who are based elsewhere, who are gurus in other fields. I think there is another professor, a young man from Makhado, called Chilizima Zivandira, who may end up talking to you. Are we using those people properly and efficiently? We realize that we are not. And if we bring those people and create a network of these knowledge holders, we'll be able to advance the development of Vhembe very fast. And because we're a pilot bobo, once we've established that, you must come and copy and implant it else all over the country. Because the people who have got knowledge are there all over the country, but you'll find that they are based in Gauteng, Cape Town, and Durban. And if we don't bring those people back to the rural areas where they come from, these rural areas will remain as they are, and the Vajijana Chikoro, you are tax. And the tax in America as well. Therefore, they must be able to plow back. So those are some of the things that we managed to come up with. Very soon, the District Municipality will be having an advisory committee, which will be led by people with knowledge. You see, when I'm called the LED manager, and I'm supposed to go and speak to Oppenheimer, Oppenheimer looks at the way I'm dressing. You see, even Kakati never said anything about my dress. Because Kakati realized that this man is not up to it. What about Oppenheimer? He will want to engage with a person who's got a nice suit. But apart from the suit, somebody who's got something between the ears. And those people are there. I don't have to crack my skull trying to think things that are known by other people who we can abuse. From the universities, from the business community, even those that are elsewhere. When you talk about a fourth industrial revolution, the guru is from here. We know. Maybe we'll be a leader in terms of fourth industrial revolution. Immediately we begin to use those people that we have and then another thing, we realize that there is a lot of knowledge in the communities that we are not using. Grassroots innovations and so on. You know, when you go to China, you'll go to another restaurant, they will say it's a Chinese restaurant, and that Chinese restaurant will be transplanted. You will find it even in Toyando. And they are not Chinese. And those people are making us eat their food as they are strengthening their power over us. But we'll never hear of a Shanghai restaurant, Venda restaurant, even here where we belong. But there are people who are able to cook very nice and delicious delicacies, which we are not using. You know, people go about carrying Cialis, Vigras, and so on. but we've got Mpesu there. Why? Those are the things that we realize that Okanya Wambi. That is the knowledge that our people have. Vhathu vho thoma vha tshi ita mukumbi nga zwithu zwo fhambananaho, dzinombelo, and mafula, zimbula, and all those things. Those things are nowhere to be seen. But every day, Kakati, when he's happy, will go and drink wine from the grapes. What is a grape? I mean, because it is not an indigenous fruit. You go to OK and so on, you go to buy everything, you will not buy a fruit that is indigenous to Africa or indigenous to South Africa, whereas we have them. And when we are seated, we claim that because the elders were eating those, that is why they keep healthy and live up to 80 years. And the Rinongari history 60 the way for child. Then that is the knowledge that these people have. And we have begun to understand out of this process that those things can be commercialized and we can be able to move forward and empower ourselves. The South African government is always talking about cooperatives as a way of empowering the people. And as we were working in this program, we realized that cooperatives are not working. And we began to say, university, cooperatives in Vhembe and in the whole of South Africa, they are not working. Do research and work with us so that we find a new model that will work for South Africa and for the black people of South Africa in particular. The university is doing that as we are speaking. So these are some of the things that we are saying. One more. If you lengthen the time of speaking, you end up telling lies. And I want to avoid that. But there's still a lot to say because if you see this paper, it's still very long. So let me stop and allow others to speak. And Prof, because you said you wanted to assess me, can you say something to add on things that I may have said and those that I may have not said properly? Thank you.
Thank you. Nice shoes, by the way. Hey, we are top drop also for that. Thank you so much. Ingaro banenge sweswi. Shinchai chai. Dubla moya. Ana shanga na shiba. Bai kwatu. Okay. What is stuff on? Come energy, si salise. Come energy. Aye. Okay. True Entertainment is ready. Oh, I thought it was you. True Entertainment.
vhathu nga vha ḓo vhuya vha fhira habe makala so nga maḓuvha yano vho hola havha vhathu ṅwana wa mukala ndi ḽone manene ndi ḽone ḽibegele nga fa ndi tshelede ya shaki
mukala vha ḓo ḓaiza badi na vhana vha khou thoma u imbelela so
ini ndi na hezwi zwo ḓa ngeno mitamboni no ambara unga ri khou ya wa ntshi ambara unga ri khou ya beauty contest na
man ni songo dombodza hedzo man ndi khou ḓo baisi don't be obvious who can think I will rob them
no tana ṅwadzi wa ṅwana wa Spiderman man ḓo ri bora ya vhadzhena
about local economic development.
Ranne ndi ndi tshisendela munno hwala ḽibege ḽi nga fha nga maḓuvha a so habe vhohola ariye ma
I hope usamkhumbula ulova sasebancane sihlala umakashelana noma ngizakini ofilithi umkhwenyana akuthatha ukubheka umfana uyaplasha phokela ngonaka angityeshela uthi
amagaraso njalo nelithi some mistake ma put that man tozipulula apho
building diverse and innovative-led economies, promoting learning and skillful systems, creating future leaders. We are a populace that is very confused, where crime is at the grassroots, where the sons of the soil dwell. Leadership is all about making an impact and allowing your impact to remain in your presence and when you have left this earth. You are leaders. Your impact and inspirations should encourage the young, the old, to learn, do better, and become more. We lead by influence, not by authority, my son. And we live in a world where the pen is mightier than the sword. Actions without thought is empty And thought without action is blind. And a man who says that I have learned and I can learn no further has been said to have learned nothing at all. Learning is the key to success. This world is a crazy world. But if we innovate it, we shall do more. And now, as the journey begins, where great minds, leaders, creatives are conjoined, we can further create a future that we know that there is always a better way. We just have to find it. And I shall say this, for the last time, I am bred and brewed in this soil, and my ideas shall become fruit. And we are innovation champions for local economic development.
Wow.
I'm just sanitizing.
Wow. Yeah, that was electrifying. Yeah. But I remember, I'm from Vhembe, you know, and we are close to Vhembe and Bungeni. While I was still young, I wanted to be part of the team like this. So I went this Saturday morning. I was trying to. So I looked at them. This is dancing, showing us, you know, the instructor was showing us how to do this thing, and then he went up. And then growing up, I was very skinny. Then I looked at him and said, do I have to go? I'm like, how about I do all the dance, but I don't. It's like, nah. And then that was the end of my dream. But then, yeah. Great. Great. Yeah. A representative of all 4 local municipalities. I don't have a name, but let's give him a round of applause. You can do better than that.
Afternoon. The mic is not working here. Oh, thank you. I'm representing Thulamela on behalf of the 4 local municipalities. My name is Makhado, LED manager. Thulamela. I just want to attest to you that we are 4 local municipalities that works very well and good with the district. In the province, Vhembe is rated the best in terms of closely working with in-locals. That's why I'm saying when it comes to IGR, they're doing best. And I just want to say to the executive mayor and the municipal manager to say, especially when it comes to the LED, you are excelling and we are saying, let's do more. I just want to say to the university, when you see Prof running well, is because of what I have said, that definitely whatever they are doing, they communicate with us. And you know, the district doesn't have any wards. The wards are in the local municipality. To our beloved traditional leaders, this program, and I just want to thank you for your cooperation. When the university of the district requested us to invite you, and it's because of the relationship that you have with us. That's why this program was running smoothly. Even to the business community, we might have those that we have, but when it comes to development, we leave all aside and we focus on our objectives. I just want to say, like what Undi said, we smell like doctors and professors because of what we have learned throughout with you. You taught us how to speak, how to consult, and all those things we emulate from you. And that's why when we work with you, Executive Mayor, I know you from long. And all these other local municipality mayors, definitely they support this program. And they give us the space to go and do whatever we can do so that there is progress on this program. Since its inception, we were invited and we give our inputs to the department. I just want to plead with you that if the time of funding is coming to an end, I just want to say from the local municipality point of view that we didn't do best because of these 2 years or 3 years of COVID to excel. I just want to plead to you to say if you can extend, because we want to excel so that you see the product that will come from this district, so that when you implement somewhere, it is fully fledged with whatever you want. This program was an eye-opener to all of us. When we started, we didn't know what these people are coming, the district and professor and the university, you are coming up. It was very difficult, but now we can see that really it was an eye-opener to say when we do these things, we must go down, not desktop. Let's go to the people. And this is what you taught us. And there are people who know more than what we know. There are people who are learned, not because they've got degrees. So, departments that we're working with, your support was marvelous. And you make us proud. The input and the product that we get, it was because of you. I don't want to talk too much, but I'm saying this program was an eye-opener to us. That's why when you invite us, Prof, and others, we avail ourselves. We leave everything because mayors and executive mayors and MMs authorize us to come and make inputs for the betterment of the document to our people. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Introduction of Dr. Colbert Mukwebo by Dr. A. Koza, who is the manager at the UNIVEN Art Gallery. Dr. A. Koza. Let's give him a round of applause. Again. Again. Thank you. Nice shoes. When last did you see red shoes? Do we still have red, what is it called? That red Polish kiwi, red tonic red. Okay, Dogotel.
Well, thanks, Program Director. Ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, allow me to observe all protocol. Now, I'm going to introduce to you one of our own here. The artist I'm going to talk about is a prolific reggae composer of note. The artist I'm going to introduce to you is actually the virtuoso composers that stood the test of time in our history, to an extent that we decided as the University of Venda to award him an honorary doctorate. Well, not simply because of his outstanding structural arrangements of his music and also his beautiful melodic lines, but most importantly, because of his philosophical approach in the lyrics. And we are very much fortunate to say that coincidentally, when we're given just one page by Prof. Francis that stipulates the values of the economic, in fact, of the innovative champions, we decided, or we noted that this artist that we chose is very much interested in such, because it addresses values, values as in how do you respect one another, Ubuntu principles and whatnot. So we realized that the person that has in his existing music all of those values, where he reprimands people, he educates people, he encourages people, we decided this just should be Dr. Colbert Mukwebo. So now, I was just with him, but then he decided to go out so that he sets up for his upcoming performance. I'm trying to look for him here. I'm like, no, perhaps he went outside, but then he's very much ready to give us something. So in a nutshell, ladies and gentlemen, today we are going to use the vocal language, not the usual, academic language where we write articles to educate the society. We are going to sing about what we would have really wanted to write down, so that at least we reach as many people as possible. And remember, the people who are targeting here are mostly those ones who are out there who do not have the advantage of reading, if you get what I mean. So for them to hear this gospel from the University of Venda that they should stand up and do something, we decided to put it in black and white, but then translate it into song, so that they hear it over the radio. So without any waste of time, ladies and gentlemen, just after the next item, let's be ready to dance, as Dr. Colbert Mukwebo will be giving us two songs, one composed in English, the other one composed in Vhembe, encompassing Xitsonga and Tshivenda. Program Director, I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Did I say nice shoes or shiny shoes? KK's shoes. Before he became a pastor. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Amen. So, the making of the songs, Mr. P. Nyalungu, innovation champion for LED. Yeah, you're not going to clap long here. You can see the energy. You're moving, yeah. You're moving, yeah.
Can you just help me carry this?
Yeah, we mean business.
Greetings, everyone. Without any further ado, before I ruin things, I'm one of those people that if you send to deliver an item, you have your fingers crossed there. Most of the people I work with call me a tapadapa because I'm one of the craziest and free-spirited people around. But before I can get into it, let me just say all protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen in the house, I greet you. My name is Promise Nyalungu. I am an innovation champion for local economic development, and I am a deployee of the Musina Municipality. So I was given this big item to just share with everyone in the room the snippet of how this song that the doctor is about to perform came about. So the making of this song was a way of realizing that there are different methods that we can use to take the message to the people, one of which is music. So we thought, who best to deliver the message than Dr. Colbert Mukwebo? Like Dr. Aubrey has mentioned, that Dr. Mukwebo's music has always been about consciousness, has always been about our people, the lives that they are living, the situations that they are living in. So we decided to come up with a song that is meant to encourage local economic development, and that is meant to make those who are already trying to come up, those we call hustlers, to stay strong and keep in the journey, because the song promises them that their hard work will pay off at the end. So I'm not going to speak for long. I am going to ask my colleagues to just play for us a snippet video that is about 5 minutes of the behind the scenes of the making of this song, so that you can just have a snippet, just so that you can be in the room of how it was like making this song. But for us as creatives, I just want to make sure that I don't leave everyone out. This was not a one-man journey. In as much as I can be the one standing in front of you, that's my team, always ready to come on board. So in as much as I'm the one in front of you, there's a team that was behind this work. And we had to work together to make sure that this video and the song and the making of the songs, we document every moment of this journey. So for everyone in the room, we reassure you that you are going to have a special documentary that will cover some of the work that we're doing in this project. But this that we're sharing with you is just a snippet. So I would just like to ask people in the room, can we just give a round of applause for the communication and social marketing team for the wonderful work that they've been doing in helping us cover the videos for Dr. Colbert Mukwebo and covering all the IC4LED programs. I thank you. Badau, are you happy? Yeah, Badau is the one who said I must acknowledge them. So I did that. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I give you the making of the innovation promoting song. Thank you.
This project is about local economic development, where we have been tasked, especially myself and together with Dr. Colbert Mukwebo, to come up with some music that will add value to the whole gospel about what is happening in terms of local economic development, where we are basically encouraging our local people, people who are working at the markets and whatnot, to go ahead. There are different stakeholders that are working together with the University of Venda. So what is happening is that we had to commission a particular artist, of course an artist of note, by the name of Dr. Colbert Mukwebo, to come up with this masterpiece.
Yes, you're chatting to Dr. Colbert Mukwebo. I want to talk about this project from UNIVEN. It's all about local economic development. It all started with Dr. Kosa from the University of Venda, who came around to approach me, and he was talking about this local economic development project that the university is indulging themselves in. I was like, yes, I'm interested. And all they wanted from me was, all they expected from me was to do 2 tracks, one in vernacular and the other one in English.
So arungotoedera arukotova slow mara runarukomuvanyana kamusi you can bring in 2 different recruit patterns, we say flow watomoni, and then later like or else when it's up to you, but later
yeah, well, it wasn't easy, it wasn't too easy, but we worked on it, me and Dr. Kosa worked on it. is a musician, you know, so, you know, there are artists and musicians. So those who are musicians are those who deal with music, you know. Well, so we had to work on it because, yes, it was like raw and straightforward, talking about local economic development, what you need to do and everything. But now you have to find a way to put it in a song. So, yes, we worked on it, and that's what we came up with.
Where we're saying just to bring in the mood to spice the song. Yeah. So it would be nice to bring in that vibe and then later I relax it to one and then later. But then about that, other than this one, how would you move around the
Well, I think everything will just sink. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
For instance?
Like if we say,
okay, so we decided to do two songs. The first one in Venda, covering Chitonga and Venda, and the other one in English. It has been a long journey of trial and error here and then. We have gone to the studio, as you can see. So this comes after the world you love this. That's the song for you. Okay, this song is about local economic development. It is now done, ready to go out there, and it was a very good journey. We are hoping that in future, other stakeholders will come on board to make sure that we go bigger in terms of coming up with a full album where we have plus or minus 12 songs about different aspects pertaining to local economic development.
Well, the message about the whole thing is like everyone get up, you know, do something, do a little something, and it will be a great contribution to our success, you know. Yes, yeah, man, I like the way.
I like the doctor's laughter, the last one. It reminds me of myself. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Let's do something now. Let's just get up, you know? It's time to do something different. Let's do it differently, you know? Let's just get up, eh? Are you ready, people? Are you ready, people? Are you ready? Okay. We are going to count. We are going to count down. We are going to count down. This is what we do most of the time. And please join us. Yeah, they must join us, it's nice when you do it together. Next time we'll invite you, don't worry. Are you ready for Dr. Colbert Mukwebo? Okay. Robotomaka, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Get up, you all strong African men. Rise up in this Renaissance time. We need to be innovative and creative. We take up our communities. We sing in one song. Together we are strong. Now don't you refuse. Na 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 na. We've been dependent for too long. We must be independent and so strong. Say rise up, African warriors. Say rise up, each one teach one. Say rise up, African warriors. Say rise up.
I'm proud of this table. Like, they were standing the whole show. Like, the whole show, they were. But you were there. You were like, no small shoes formed against me shall be able to prosper. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Colbert Mukwebo. That was brilliant. That was huge. Thank you so much. Thank you, brothers. Thank you, brothers. Responses, words of support. The first one, Thulamela Business Forum, Mr. M. Mbungeni. Mr. M. Mbungeni. A round of applause. Okay. What do you want me to say about you? Okay, like, you're delaying because you want me to say something. So let me think about it when you are done. Please go on.
Protocol represent. I have not much to say except to express gratitude. Myself, as a representative of businesses that are operating in the area and the region, we have multiple frustrations which seem to be falling into deaf ears. And when you are really trying to do business in this difficult environment, you feel lonely, deserted, and you look up to people who seem to have the know-how to try and express yourself in terms of the frustrations. And you find that those people, with the knowledge that they have, are very jealous about the knowledge that they have. They don't seem to understand you. You're like your voice just goes through them. They don't hear you. You tell them, this is my challenge. They say, they give you this bombastic word from one of their textbooks that they did while they were doing the academics. You kind of understand, but in the true sense, you don't understand. I will give you a simple example. You must have financials. It's a simple term. Amongst the academics, they understand exactly what that is. But to me, as a young entrepreneur who is really aspiring to bring solutions that I believe are required in my environment, it's a difficult thing. No, you must actually be following a standard. There's an E6 standard, IOSI, sorry, they know it. The IOS whatever. What is happening? Now, I said earlier on, we as business people, we want to express gratitude and appreciation of this initiative. Why? Because it is now giving an opportunity for us, those who are not that learned, to sit amongst those who are learned. Because those who are learned are the ones who actually kind of dictate some of the things that happen. And slowly but gradually, I'm beginning to understand that they are understanding our language. And it has been a very consultative process. I have not really seen much of this type of interaction that has been led by the University of Venda for the Innovation Champions. I really want to express appreciation for what we've been exposed to and the manner in which it has been conducted. It has been very consultative. Yes, it's not moving at the speed that we would have desired it to have been, but we must take cognizance of the fact that in the past few months here, we have been having COVID really hampering some of the things that we think you would have had to want to have done. I mean, we have made quite a lot of promises and engagements and commitments to the point where it has also inspired us as a forum to say, look, we don't want to be standing up all the time talking about the problems. We want to be part of the solution. And we don't want to be left behind. We have re-looked at some of our strategies of how we want to do it. And I think, well, Professor, you were not part of the session, but some of our colleagues here from the LED were there, from the local municipality, from the district municipality, even leaders from the province. About 2017, we as Thulamela Business Forum, we said we want to create 2,000 jobs in 200 days. 2,000 jobs in 200 days. Me and my team, we believed that we could do it. And we called in the various stakeholders, and they kind of understood what we were saying. But little did we know, there was quite a lot of work involved. But what was important is that a lot of strategies stemmed out of that session. And today, I'm proud to say, after engaging with the University of Venda and the various stakeholders, we have been able to strengthen our ideology, strengthen our strategy to a point that we will soon be launching the Agri-Hub that most of you might have heard about it. We are now on the final stages of that particular program, and we are sure it's going to benefit the farmers, it's going to benefit the local community, it's going to benefit everyone. We want to say, show people to say that innovation does not come from overseas only. We have innovative people We just need to put them in the correct platform so that they can be exposed and we can create generational wealth. All in all, I want to say thank you for this opportunity, and please, you can count on us. We will be there and we will be supporting these programs as time goes on. Thank you.
Wow. Listen to you. Now I understand what Mr. Mushapi was saying. I mean, you have just articulated everything like a professor. It's working. It is working. Thank you very much, Mr. Mbulungeni. Now from Scania, Mr. D. Gotore, who is the director. Let's give him a round of applause. You can do it again. Again. Thank you, sir.
Masiare, good afternoon, Makadi Linjani. Thank you so much for the opportunity, Program Director. And I think I just need to remind you that today we're talking about innovation. Now, talking about innovation, you challenged Mr. Vhembe about playing with one leg, while we here in Venda we do with 2 legs. But you didn't finish. You should challenge him to actually say you want innovation to be done in KwaZulu-Natal, so that when we go to the beach, we see people dancing with 2 legs. Thank you so much. Okay, let me start by recognizing the dignitaries here present and the general audience. All protocol observed. After what has been said today and the performance that accompanied all that, all I can say, it was a noir. It was a wow. Well done. It was well organized. It was great. I was, from yesterday, I couldn't sleep, like what Mr. Vhembe did. Trying to say, what am I going to say? But after all this performance, it gave me lots of courage, and I have lots of confidence of what I'm going to say today. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak. It would not be fair not to acknowledge and applaud the University of Venda through its leadership and the entire team for changing the traditional way, the traditional mindset of thinking that the community should come to the university to learn. This brilliant mindset shift must be commended and celebrated by us all. The University of Venda has realized that for it to be regarded as a relevant and justify its existence, the community that nourishes it must be served in a dignified and respectful manner. And this mindset reminds me about Mao Zedong, and I quote, "The community is the sea, and we are the fish. We need water to survive," unquote. So basically, this is what the university has done. The message I am particularly getting out of what we experience from the University of Venda is that, 1, the university is ready to listen to us as a community. The university is ready to learn and share the knowledge it has with the wider community. I think that was testified by Mr. Mushape, saying now he's like a professor because he has been rubbing off from the university. And we really applaud the university for that. To an extent, to what extent are we going to embrace, as a community, this university, which is striving to be a people's university? Allow me to highlight a few issues and pose questions on local economic development, especially taking into account the fact that most of our young people are both unemployed and unemployable. If left unresolved, I see this as a recipe of a huge disaster. My question number one, what must we do not to continue producing employees instead of employers? Question number two, why do we find pleasure in mining our precious resources and taking them raw to Asia and Europe without processing them? Now, since 2007, I'm sure the political leadership that is here will testify to that. There's a program of the SEZ, the Makhado Musina SEZ. And I hope our political leadership in their plans, they are going to look at that to say, why should all these trucks take all the copper, the platinum, the chrome to Durban to go to China to be processed? Shouldn't we do it here in Musina? Then our local people benefit. Given how well endowed we are with fertile soil and agricultural produce such as fruits and vegetables, why do we not have agro-processing plants in Vhembe district? Well, my colleague has just said that. I'm sure that is answered, that they are in the process of doing that. Because this place is they've got a very fertile soil, full of fruits, but we are taking those fruits to Chabane to be processed and come back, then we buy them. With the petrol price going up as it is, because when Russia and Ukraine sneezed, we got flu. Our price now is nearly 30 rand a litre. Are you aware that all the vehicles that we're driving, all the buses, the trucks, they are made in Europe, but the raw material to make those, like chrome, platinum, is mined here in Africa and goes to Europe. And these vehicles are actually designed in Europe for Africa, but our road infrastructure doesn't work well. The vehicle won't work well, and that's more expensive to us. So the challenge that I have actually on this innovation, that's why I'm so glad to be part of this initiative with the university, that the university should start looking and say, we need to design a bus for Africa. We need to design a vehicle for Africa. That's innovation that we need to do. There is corruption, which is one of our biggest cancer in Africa. Again, on innovation, I'm saying to the university, is there a way we can have a subject or a curriculum, I don't know, the professors will know, to talk about corruption and its impact, negative, and the cost, the resources that we lose when we start trying to fight corruption. All these commissions that we see, if we have taken that money and go and build a refinery to refine our own resources, surely we should be somewhere as Africans. I'm excited to note that our own University of Venda, through the initiative that Prof. Joseph Francis, Institute for Rural Development, working with Mr. Mashapi, LED, office is championing. You have our full support as Scania, as Lion Share. Our hands are wide open. Let's sit down, engage, and define where you see us contributing. Note though that our major interest rests in finding creative solutions for unemployment and unemployability of youth. We are committed to train the young people in this area. So far we have actually 3 dealerships, one in Musina, one here in Toyando, and one in Polokwane. And in those dealerships, we have got 4 young ladies that we are training to be mechanics. And they are doing very well. Allow me to conclude by saying that we'll never develop Africa as long as we don't change the way we do things, particularly in our leadership, where we don't enable people or give the necessary support, which my colleague was talking about. That as business people, we get frustrated until we say, you know what, let me stop there. Some things like that are actually the corruption I was talking about. The next thing I need to highlight is from 2019, I've been knocking in a leader's door, and I'm sure the political leaders will help me. Maybe I need to knock the right door. Probably I haven't got there. I approached the leader to build a world-class workshop here in Toyando to service all these buses and trucks that are running here. 80% of the buses that are running, if you go to the bus right there, they are Scania buses. So they need to be serviced. And we identified the land in Shayandima. The plans were approved by Thulamela Municipality, and I actually struggled to get those plans approved, but eventually they were approved. We did a groundbreaking. We even got the managing director of Scania, the whole SADC region, to come here and do that. And everything was set. And for us to start, just that one brick to start laying, it has been difficult for the past 2 years. And I've tried to find the reason why, and I can't get the reason why. Now I actually need, this is the good part of this platform, to get dropped in the university and the leadership that is here to make that dream a reality. And then we'll help the local young people with the TVET to train them to be qualified mechanics in future to start running their own business so that they are employers, not employees. And again, I'm going to challenge the university that in this program of innovation, may we please design a bus for Africa. We started here. It will take us a bit of time, but it's going to be done. Yes, we can do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Subject here, corruption. He passed, he failed everything, Marao. 99% corruption. Yeah. Food, Agriculture, Natural Resources Policy Analysis Network. Dr. T. Mazibandila, who is the CEO and head of mission. Let's give him a round of applause. Again. Thank you, sir. Red tie. Trump mission.
When I was leaving home, I was told that a red tie symbolizes leadership. colleagues, I will observe protocols later in my speech. But let me say the one upon I am. So the colleague who are Chipita, Champeka Yamshumo, Natampe Lewa. Mushumana Dakawan, the Chimbera Zuwu, Africa, na umwepo. Zipunga zwinji watu kwa bauro huku varakana wamba chifani cha mazivabiri. So ndono bizwa mazina wapambana upati. So mchibuza mshimoni kole uwa mtonva vuwani ndado mangara aredo bauro wale chifeni. Coming now to what I've been invited here for. There are two things that I would want to touch on. The first one is to congratulate UNIVEN on the IC4LED project. The success it had, and I believe through the non-successes, they've learned some lesson from those. Number two, which is very much important, and which if I get back to the office without that paper, I consider myself being fired by Board of Governors. And this second part that I will want to touch on is the memorandum of understanding that we are finalizing with the University of Venda, UNIVEN. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I am greeting you from FANAPAN, which is a Pan-African policy think tank. Maybe you might be wondering, what is this organization with a very long name, but to make it easier for you, we are normally called FANAPAN. FANAPAN is a Pan-African policy think tank where we are trying to make sure that the research evidence generated by various research institutions, various academic institutions, make its way to make sure that it's informing decisions and policies. And for your information, the institution was formed through a gazette, which was called through a call by ministers of agriculture, both in Southern and Eastern Africa. So this was back in 1994. And currently, since 2010, we have got now a mandate to implement programs and projects across Africa. And I'm glad to say that we are now in 17 African countries where we are implementing projects on the ground. The mandate of FANAPAN is based on 3 strategic objectives. The first one, we conduct demand-driven policy analysis and research. This is to generate evidence to make sure that when we go and talk to issues that need to stimulate policy change, is based on evidence. Number 3, we are about building the capacity of both institutions and individuals. This is to make sure that those that are generating the evidence must package the evidence in a proper manner to make sure that it's getting used. From the demand side, we are making sure that those that are supposed to receive the evidence are able to use the evidence to inform their decisions and policies. And the third area which we operate in, we do stimulate policy dialogue through our policy advocacy strategy, which is about having a proper message, having messengers to carry the message, and presenting those messages in a proper platform. Let me get back to the issues that have been called here for. Enough about the organization and present. What we have seen here, we are showcasing a proof of concept. And a proof of concept is when we go and do something at a smaller scale to make sure that we draw some lessons and to ensure that when we move this to scale, there are certain things that we have learned and we have perfected. What do I mean when I say we need to take a proof of concept to scale? Because a pilot is a pilot. It doesn't benefit so many people. It's going to be at a macro scale, in a village or location, so those who will benefit are those that are in that location. When we talk about scaling, there are three things that we need to consider. The first one is scaling up. By scaling up, I mean that the evidence that we've generated here need now to talk to policies and regulations. How can we formulate the approaches and things that we are calling them tools here better? And we need to scale out. Scaling out, we mean that new geographies need to benefit from this intervention. And also, we need to make sure that we are impacting greater number of people. Number three, we need to scale deep. This is very, very relevant for the university. By scaling deep, I mean that we need to change relationship. We need to change how we do things. We need to change behaviors and perceptions. But while we are doing that, we need to observe local cultural norms and beliefs. That said, let me come back to the lodge. We have heard about the song. From my side, there are 4 things that I want to talk about. That a song can deliver 4 things amongst many. The first one is that it can build a group identity. Number 2, it can stir strong emotions. Number 3, it can engage the audiences of those people that we wish to reach. And number 4, we can amass people to take action. I will repeat this one. A song can amass people to take action. For those 4 things, I also appreciate the contribution from Dr. Mukwebo by saying that music can change the world. So to my good friend and colleague, Dr. Mboneni, we talk a lot. So let me urge you to say what we have witnessed here is a success of a pilot. Previous speakers here have spoken about that they've implemented during the pandemic. So my plea is that after seeing this good work, let's continue to deepen this work here. Let's continue to make sure that other people are benefiting from this success story. So what do I mean by that? If I go to KwaZulu Natal, they will say, Fakimali Uzobona. So coming now towards the end, I've spoken about the second part of my intervention, which will be to talk about the MOU that FANAPAN is going to conclude with the University of Venda. The MOU that we're going to sign, Dr. Chabane, Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University of Venda, is a second generation memorandum of understanding. The first MOU was signed by my predecessor, Prof. Lindwa Majeles Banda, here at the University of Venda by Prof. Mati. That was back 13th of February 2009. To qualify why we need to renew this MOU, the way we have been doing things was of more ad hoc in nature. What we want to do now through this new generation of the Memorandum of Understanding is to ensure that we are doing things in a very structured manner. And I urge you that jointly, in this structured manner, we can provide the much needed independent and robust research-based evidence, both from applied where the university is coming from the policy side where we do policy research and analysis, and inform what we call policy processes. And doing that, we need to be proactive in making sure that we are co-creating with those that are supposed to benefit from the research, consulting with the local leadership. We also need to co-implement. Those that are benefiting from our interventions must be part of the implementation process. Normally we implement and move away. What we are trying to entrench here also is that we need to also go back to those interventions that we've implemented to to co-monitor, evaluate, and learn with the communities. This is the crux of the MOU that we are going to conclude. But to also emphasize that the collaboration between UNIVEN and FANAPAN is based on the premise that university is designed to generate evidence, but it does not have a strong convening power. So we are bringing the comparative advantage of convening power to make sure that the research evidence that the university is generating finds its way to influence policy and decisions. Research outputs are research outputs sitting on the shelf, but they need to be used out there. Coming now to conclude, and then I would have got to put Prof. Francis here on the spot. We are finalizing either on the 5th or the 6th of July to launch a book. Me, Prof. Francis, and others, we have co-edited a book. The book is titled Development Practice in Eastern and Southern Africa, Lived Experiences from the Trenches. The first workshop was held here and sponsored by the University of Venda. Now I am glad to come back here and say, now using Springer Publishing House, the book is out. We will be sharing the link for those who are able to download the book and enrich their knowledge in terms of what are the challenges development practitioners are facing out there, and what is it that they've learned, and what are the propositions that they want to put forth to make sure that we do things better to benefit the majority. Let me finish by saying that I see the banner here saying UNIVEN is celebrating 40 years in 2022. I'm likely to be a few years older than the university. However, my experience when I reach 40, I've learned that life begins at 40. So the university must start living. I thank you so much.
Thank you, leadership. Red tie. Yeah. If you don't have a red tie, there's no leadership, according to him. Thank you. Limpopo Economic Development, Environment and Tourism, Mr. Lusunzi, who is the Director of Leaders. Let's give him a round of applause. Again.
Dimasiari. But one on enter. Okay. Now thanks. Program Director, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. This is quite an honor to find myself standing in for our acting HOD, Mr. Ratumbu, who couldn't be with us today to render this item. So basically, because I'm standing in for the acting HOD, I will be reading whatever has been written. Ladies and gentlemen, we have traveled a long way to find ourselves here today. It was not easy, but we traveled and we soldier on through a collaborative platform that brought together multi-dimensional stakeholders towards the achievements that are proudly shared today. Government departments and agencies, including business communities and society, joined hands towards the attainment of these achievements. These innovation champions for LED initiative at Vhembe District is worth the launch. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living in the age of digital communication. Social media has become one of the platforms that local government are using to reach citizens. Internet and social media usage has increased. Artistic or creative work, including music, is currently being used to make the public aware of social ills and development initiatives. Recent information and communication advancements have significantly transformed the way governments across the globe communicate and engage communities or localities. Packaging of development initiatives have transformed and requires all hands on the deck, meaning that packaging development initiatives require innovative multi-stakeholder dimensions to empower localities. ICT has gradually shifted the dials of government-citizen engagement or interaction to electronic and online mode. This transformation induces several structural changes in government-citizen engagement dynamics. Ladies and gentlemen, the public challenge that government organizations are facing today are often characterized by a high degree of complexity. Multi-stakeholders are involved. There is a high degree of interdependence. Thus, attention has to be paid on opportunities of data sharing across government sectors and their communities. In today's world, data collaboratives or cooperatives are seen as platforms of leveraging different sources of data and expertise for societal impact. Data collaboratives come with their challenges, which may require new government and governance structures and processes. Thus, innovative collaborative governance towards the promotion of innovation-driven LED initiatives is now a need and not an option. The district development model has been identified by government as a collaborative governance initiative. And as Vhembe district, we are expected to perfect this model through lessons that we have learned from the Innovation Champions for LED initiative. Thanks to the University of Venda for committing time and effort as a way of plowing back to the communities and being part of the community. In conclusion, I would like to thank the multi-sectoral stakeholders, the commitment displayed through the partnership between the district institutions of higher learning, meaning the University of Venda, Vhembe TVET, Matsvandira Agricultural College, the Department of Science and Innovation, Technology Innovation Agency, local municipalities, traditional leaders, as well as all provincial stakeholders in making this pilot initiative worth the investment. As a province, we would appreciate it if this initiative can be replicated in all our districts. To the challenge that was raised by Scania, the office of our acting HOD is open to engage on the Vhembe Development Initiative in a quest to unblock the bureaucracies and impediments towards the investment. I thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Karma Bandezonda. I told you when we started that the program is very short. We are about to finish now. UNIVEN Directorate of Community Engagement, Professor Vhembe, who is a Director of Community Engagement. Here, you're not gonna do it again. We are here already. So, thank you. I love your energy. We are moving here.
Vice Chancellor and Principal, Dr. Ntambeleni, DDG, Dr. Morve, Abo Dabezita, Nabotobere, whatever, our beloved communities and students and stakeholders, Dimacheloni, I'll be brief. I'm excited this afternoon, and in my response and my pledge for support, continuous sustained support on behalf of the academics of the University of Venda, the aspirant engaged scholars that we want to be, and our beloved students, some of whom are already here this afternoon, aspiring to be engaged scholars of note. We are excited because, as Womushapi indicated, the event today, where we converge as different disciplines, different stakeholders, different businesses, we talk local economic development. And for us, Prof. Francis and his team, on behalf of the university, pave a way for the skeptics, the doubting scholars, those who still want to rather stay in their dependent past, where knowledge that matters came from a dominant paradigm that suggested that there's only one way of doing things. But as academics, we are beginning to realize that unless there is a process of co-creation that is practicalized, made real, beyond theorization, we are not going to be independent. The independence that our Dr. Colbert Mukwebo was also suggesting in his song. Yes, we have been dependent for too long. When we looked at local economic development, we looked at it as if somebody from somewhere should come and not only teach about it, but also show the one way that it has to be done. So this event today also disrupts the issues that we struggle with as academics, and I'm sure the rest of the citizenship, that we think and do silos, that if I'm not trained as a local economic development, whatever, expert, I can't contribute in local economic development, that I can't innovate. Well, we know from the rest of the world, and I've learned a thing or two about innovation from the rest of the world, from the institutions, that all of us sitting here can innovate. And we're not going to be able to innovate only on the basis of the degree that we got when we graduated. So with that, I'm giving the challenge to my beloved students who are here and the 17 other students that are watching online and so forth. You can innovate. And your innovation will come by your willingness to be open-minded and to learn with the rest of the citizenship. I must, before I stop, talk about this important aspect. Mr. Mishapu sort of diluted the hard work that was put together with Professor Francis, and I want to take out my hat for the team, the local economic development managers. May you multiply and be more across the country. Because if we can look at ourselves as the contributors to the changes of the odds and the ills that are troubling the country today, poverty, unemployment, but also food security, also the gender-based violence and everything, then we wouldn't care so much about these disciplines that were imposed on us. We would stand and say, what is it that I'm going to contribute from my angle? Who do I have to be learning with? Mr. Mushapi and your team, we want to appreciate you because we did learn as the University of Venda. May I also tell the dignitaries that actually Mr. Mushapi and the team came also in this campus and engaged the scholars per faculty, talking local economic development and its principles and how and what the government would want to see. So, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, and my beloved students, let's join hands, let's make this a reality. Let's take our knowledge and information out there to the communities. And this is the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You are welcome. So, item number 9, I'm going to humbly request Dr. Mami to come help me with that. I trust she will do it well. Dr. Mami, please ascend and help me. This is your specialty, you know. The young ones are going to be learning.
So, Mr. Keke, you are forgetting to do one thing, which you are well known for.
One thing?
One. I've been looking forward to hear you doing that. Yes.
This is the one that...
Your trademark.
Oh, Colbert did it. I thought you guys are fine.
You didn't. No, we are not fine.
I thought the one that called it. No, you see, you got it.
Yeah, thank you very much, Program Director. Hey, no dilonga muchoi little. This is really I don't know how to handle this. I need wisdom. Are you coming to assist me?
Oh, yes.
Thank you very much. Hi. Roribuwa, rokandiwa hapa noni namusi. In different speeches, it has been referred to that we are having our traditional leaders that we are engaging with when we do most of our work in IRD or the University of Venda. So, heshiba chitakusiwa, hara, mavu, una kuitere kwa hone, kunera fano kuitisa kone. Ndoba nichido, mavugo, weshflaro wote zawa kumfera tungu. Ndoba nichido umbera uri, batu bantuse, musi. Never chifuma kadzini richikolidza mipururu zvichikonadze harare nagona lashupasi usumbedza rorikothonipa mavhu ivani vamwe vamavu vane vava pano ndiyavavoripawo shango hedu line rari ndiyunivhesiti yaVenda zvino nosangozviita
Thank you. Thank you. I'm also happy to be part of this kind of engagement. The product of this university. Let's put our hands together for the University of Venda. But on behalf of all royal leaders of traditional communities around Vhembe and beyond,
done by the University of Venda has got a very serious relevancy to our rural communities. It should be noted that now we're on the land that is being owned by autonomous Schwarz. We can put our hands together for this big institution. This community is not only meant for those who will come and study and go, taking into account the fact that students are coming from our different communities around here. We are here to celebrate because we have achieved. You can't do the celebration if you have not achieved anything. The work that's being done by the University of Venda has got a very serious impact on our communities. If you want to attest to that, come to Jaga on the June 16 this year. You will see miracles. Through the assistance of the University of Venda, our people have come to realize that for them to be free, politically, economically, and socially, it is for them collectively participate. It is for them to join hands in terms of decision making in regard to issues pertaining to their own developmental agenda. As people, or as community members, or as leaders of these different communities, we came to realize that each of us has a role to play. Different structures in the community. We join hands. Therefore, through the good work done by the University of Venda, it resulted in about 6 traditional authorities signing a memorandum of understanding with the University of Venda. Let's put our hands together for this. We cannot forget the good work done by Professor Joseph Francis and his team. We have come a long way. We have got more than 15 years with the University of Venda trying to assist our communities. I can say we are part of this journey. We are part of the team as royal leaders. We are there to support. We rely on you, different partners, our local municipalities, District Municipality, to ensure that we have a sustainable local development. Without any waste of time, I also want to thank Dr. Mukwebo for the 2 songs. You know, we have, as royal leaders, a land, one of the very important natural resources. For us is to exploit the very same land. We don't have to depend on any other people. But together with these different stakeholders and partners, we'll have a better way of exploiting same. Let's join hands. There's something, a light somewhere there. Tomorrow we'll be saying, we'll be self-sustaining. We won't be depending on any other party for our survival. To talk about unemployment, it will be something of the past. Thank you.
Punga Pasika item number 9. As long as go out, we'll launch this. How we born? Thank you. We are humbly going to request, I don't know if there's a way to do it. If there's a way, I'll be advised. That was the Venda way that happened. So we are humbly requesting Ohosi Njaka the third. If there's a way to do it, I will have to be advised on that. Where's Dr. Kosa? Dr. Dela Kosa. DJ, do you have something? DJ, this is serious. Shake it up, DJ. Shake it up, DJ. DJ, my people are sleeping. DJ. DJ.
Oh, he's like so sweet, sometimes can be so tough. He's like so sweet, sometimes it can be so rough. Yeah, you are a strong African man. Rise up, it's when I love time.
Before they start dancing, okay. We are moving on. Now, currency Venda now. All right. Thank you very much. Moving right along, the Department of Science and Innovation, commitment to promotion of innovation in the district of the advancement of inclusive development. Dr. M. Vhembe, who is the Deputy Director General in Socio-Economic Innovation and Partnership. Yeah, you're not gonna clap for a long time. Gentlemen, thank you. Thank you.
Muchimza for KK Koribu introduction. Divazo. The Doa Kunda Resha Water va Huani Vanda Vamavu Venenga Uba Havona Mnawane Rokonova National Shipita Va Huaneva University or Benedict Tambele Rokotoba Kuraibu Musiwashi Jenisiwa Uba Tohoya University Rotoba Hone Havana Zerangori. We really want to work with the university to advance the communities that are around here. Those who have spoken earlier have spoken about the role and the relevance of the university. And I think this is what we're trying to do. Now, when it comes to matters of local innovation, it has really been the drive from the Department of Science and Innovation to say, let us create opportunities for communities to innovate around what they have. There is a song that has been composed and played by one of the geniuses of this era. the song is called Ngwani Wapho. I want you to go and listen to that song. It's a very disturbing song because it tells of a reality that we don't want to hear. And what we try to do with local economic development in the area of innovation is to say, how can we actually innovate around what we have and benefit our own communities, instead of having instances and situations that are predominantly happening now, where other people come from outside, they see and they appreciate what we have, and they make money and they leave. Needing to look at how, when we talk about education, in this day and age, we are still educating our young people to go and look for a job, instead of educating our young people to go and create jobs. Now, if people that are not educated can't create jobs, who do we want to create jobs? And there's a question that I put here because I see there is also a lot of young people. I was speaking to another group of young people yesterday, and I said to them, we've got young people who have gone to TVET colleges. They have learned different trades. Some are electrical engineers, and they come back and they say there are no jobs. And the question I have is, are you telling me that there are no appliances that are breaking down in people's houses today? Or are you telling me that there are no houses that are being built that will need electricians? And the question again is no. But the mentality that we have, the mentality that the song Ngwani Wapho doesn't want us to dwell on. And this mentality says, even though we have everything, we can't do anything for ourselves. This mentality, I see it very practically where I stay, where if something breaks down, whether it needs plumbing, I make a call out and I pay about 500 rand for the call out. And the person who comes to fix whatever is broken, it's a certain Thabo or a certain Johannes who is a black South African. And he comes and he fixes everything. And then I get the account number to pay the money to the company that fixed. And that company doesn't belong to a black person. So basically this person comes and they do a job. There's a call out of 500, labor for 300 or 500, and then they leave and I pay 1,200. And that person who came for the call, who is the actual electrical engineer, probably gets paid 150. And the owner of the company that came to fix, who is Thulamela, I never saw him. And he actually never did anything on my house. But I pay onto his account 1,250. And Thabo is probably going to get 150 rands. And this is because of Thabo's mentality. And our honorable leaders here that have joined us, what I want to say to our communities is, if we've got young people that have these qualifications, they can do plumbing, they can do electrical engineering, why don't you as young people group yourself together and establish an entity that will service your communities? When we want people who are going to be fixing things that are broken, then we know there is a company that is owned by one of our young person in the village or by a group of our young people in the village who can come and fix these things. But no, for us work is to be employed by people who come from a completely different continent. And when we established the local innovation system, our cry was to say, why is it that we cannot look at what we have as various communities and begin to innovate around them and add value and create employment so that we can begin to talk about local companies. Every month almost, you are going to hear that there are people who are boycotting. They have closed the roads. It's the people who are involved in e-hailing, Uber, whatever. Guys, Uber is not rocket science. It's an application. It's a mobile app. This mobile app, you use it. It basically would just incorporate GIS services and some payment services. And the whole country called South Africa will have the drivers complaining for the past I don't know how many years that these e-hailing companies are charging us more and we end up not having good margins. And the question I'm having here is, don't we have young people who can develop mobile apps that can assist in e-hailing? I mean, what kind of a country do we have? So I therefore want to say to our young people through these local innovation champions programs that we have anchored here today, let our young people stop using time doing useless things. It doesn't entertain you, it doesn't help you. If they have a divorce or they have got their car repossessed, it doesn't even add food on the table. If you can use that energy on Facebook to market yourself, to say, I'm so and so, I just graduated with electrical engineering, I can actually come and fix things in your house. That is what we want our young people to start doing. So there are a number of initiatives that we are still looking forward to add into what we have started under the Local Innovation Programme. This includes bringing on board initiatives such as the Living Labs, where we're hoping to create spaces where young people can go in. Those who want to have access to internet to do application for jobs or to market themselves or whatever talents they have, they can really walk into these centers and begin to do what is necessary, where you can provide access to internet, you can get mentorship in terms of businesses and so on and so forth. We also have a mobile application initiatives, which we call MLab, that we also want to incorporate into these areas, where young people who are able to do, whether it is designing things, they can actually be able to teach themselves things. Now, let's look at our province. Actually, there was a study that was done, or the survey that was done by Statistics South Africa last year in September. They released the results. And Limpopo province was actually the only province in South Africa that was found to be food secure. Now, food security is a very important thing. You know, really food security, as mafungo sokori batwola zidwa bakadera zvikachibira. Mafungo batwola zidwa zvikanafushi zvikagara. And why was Limpopo found to be the only province that is food secure? It's because of the fertile soils that are here. People are able to plant, grow, and harvest and eat from there. Abaiti zwashizwa Gauteng zola ikhalishio kuba homba mahola yadowa friji. And this is the point that I want to get into. And I'm happy that my former classmate here, who also represents LEADER, is here. Why is it that we don't have factories that are involved in issues like your crushing of juices, making of dry fruits and oils and everything, whether it comes from avocado and so on and so on? Why don't we have those things? Last night I slept a little bit late because I was helping my son who is doing grade 6 with his social science examinations, which he did today. And one area that we're working on was the area of fair trade. the sales of primary product versus processed products. So this is what we do. The mangoes are grown here, the lychees. I don't know what is not grown here, but everything is grown here. Then it goes to Gauteng. Then it comes back and we go and buy it from Pick and Pay or from whatever at a much higher price. Now, as old people, we are tired, but I want to ask our young people, do you find any sense in that? Do we have young people in this house? Or you are busy searching what's going to come up on Showmax? These are serious issues that we are saying in a joking manner. This country is not supposed to be where it is economically when given what it has. Mineral resources, food and everything. And still, we sit here and we get very angry when we don't get official development assistance from Europe. So you young people, we want you to really stand up and take your place through these initiatives. We want you to begin to educate yourselves. And for us that are older and a little bit educated, I want to say to us, let us allow not only our minds to be educated, let us also get our hearts to be educated. And there's a big difference. Those whose minds are educated will talk to you about very theoretical things, but they haven't done anything practically. You find that you've got an engineering graduate. He's an engineer, he works for let's say, which construction company? Hillary Construction. His job is to design and to build bridges. He will tell you about how they designed the Mandela Bridge. But the very same person cannot even design Murato. We can't do that. And the reason is because we've got this mentality that I will do nothing unless I'm paid to do it. So they will do it for Hillary Construction because Hillary Construction give them a salary. But they will never do it for their community. Now I want to say to us that are here, there are so many doctors here and professors. What have we done for our communities? Just to show that the education that we have is there to benefit society. What do our rich people do? Our rich people will be flashing their big cars and their big houses. So they buy this and they buy that. And I'm one of those who were lucky that when I did my postgraduate studies, I was given a scholarship by, I don't even know this guy, but I know that I got an American scholarship called Andrew Mellon Scholarship. I don't know Andrew Mellon. And today, must my children still be looking forward to get funding from Andrew Mellon? When we have got black millionaires whose mentality is not about plowing back anything, it's about being seen with the latest car. And some of those millionaires are here. And the millionaires are not people who have got millions. The millionaires are people who have got brain cells. Because giving is not about having more, it's about having a heart. And that is where the education of the heart comes in. Zvilavyo zvava zvichiitwa kare zvori mwana wanext door ndimwana wavo zvoperera gai. Hevla zvori vone ari imi yavo vobva voya kushumoni, next door isashumi, havavona vasakuya chikoroni. vazvidiva uri vakakatininga uri is either vadovarwa kana vavaita zvimwe zvinhu, but ultimately that communal life which we need to continue to build, we don't have anymore. And as a result of that, 100 years to come, we'll still be waiting with, hey, me, I'm waiting to get a scholarship from America, I'm waiting to get a scholarship from the UK, and meanwhile we are here. Nobody will ever help you to be better than they are. The Americans, the Europeans, you don't think they love you enough for you to make you better than they are. Don't ever think about that. So this song that Colbert sings as part of this is saying to us, let's wake up. Let's see what we have. There is only one Mapungubye in the world. One. There is only one Toyando in the world. There isn't any other. Why don't we use what we have to build? And this is really what the innovation for local development is about. And I want us to take this seriously because what we are doing here, as people have said, is a blueprint of what is going to be happening in other provinces and in other municipalities. And I said to the young people that I was speaking to yesterday that there will always be lessons in life. But the question is, are you going to be the kind of a lesson that is about how not to do things? Or the kind of a lesson that is about how to do things? Because those two things are different. Because we are admiring what they have done. And I want to say to our young people, this future that we are saying, don't mess it up, it's yours. The people that you see whose lives have been wasted, at one point they had an opportunity to take a decision and they took decisions. Everybody ultimately leaves their decision. It's just that we may find an excuse. Those who are in our generation will want to blame apartheid. Some will blame this and others will blame that. But ultimately there is one person who will take decisions for you, and that person is you. So as the department, we are looking forward to continual relationship. However, what really pleases us more in this is that we have been able to get everybody to work on that. It's very difficult when you want to embark on this journey and you find that our leaders, the traditional leaders, are pulling the other direction, or then the others who are coming now from the political space are also pulling the other direction, and the university is having an attitude. But in this instance, we have been able to demonstrate that we are more concerned about the development of our people than ourselves. And we need to build on that going forward. We should never let anybody or anything divide us, because we exist for one another. And for us to be a better place, we are going to need this collaboration. And I want to say to Dr. Ntambeleni that I'm looking forward to having many more celebrations of the partnership that we established, with some very tangible initiatives where we are going to begin to celebrate our young people who will be entrepreneurs, who will be employing people, who will be creating jobs. And this is really the doing part. I thank you.
Yeah, now rush with this Mickey Mouse freedom, where a slave remains a slave and a master remains the master, yo.
Yeah, that's the song. When we're up, go check it out. Young people, are you there? Is there something wrong? You're very quiet, right? Kaniboni, Urufel. I'm only for a Philamonelina anointing. Uko kando konsi za mtu hapa vitu. Murani na mtu Thank you so much, Koliwa Ngamanda. Vote of thanks, Professor N.N. Feza, DVC Research, Postgraduate Studies. Round of applause. Well, beautiful dress, beautiful. Just toss. I know things, you know.
Good afternoon. Honorable guests, I would like to start by honoring our distinguished, esteemed guests and colleagues, as I thank and appreciate you for such a successful event, embracing development for our own through University of Venda's engaged scholarship. I therefore acknowledge and appreciate our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ntambeleni, for providing us insights on how UNIVEN cements itself within our communities. I would also like to recognize our traditional leaders for allowing us access and hope for our researchers and innovation in your lands. Rolibua Kamanda. Our Executive Mayor, Honorable Nenguda, thank you for bracing us in this activity. And all councillors and municipal managers, thank you. We highly appreciate your support because we have a long way to go. Our Deputy Director General, Socio-Economic Innovation Partnerships, Dr. Vhembe, for his continuous, tireless support to our societal development and innovation. As you have heard him, he continues to teach us. He continues to open our eyes, but I think we need to free our minds. Our minds are not free. When your mind is not free, you can't see. When your mind is not free, you can't hear. When your mind is not free, you can't even walk. When your mind is not free, you can't even touch anything with success. Our representatives from DSI Director Innovation for Local Economic Development, led by you, Mr. Siyabonga Gumede, we thank you for sharing the department's agenda, policy, framework, and innovation for local economic development. To our co-leaders, Prof. Francis and Mr. Mushapi, I think Prof. Francis, time has arrived for you to change roles with him. For being mentally liberated, to foresee the future of local development through psychological and scientific innovation by freeing the minds. I would then like to thank our Director of Community Engagement, Prof. Nechandama, for her resilience in bringing and encouraging our communities to be heard and own their own development under ethical support from researchers. Our Dr. Mukwebo, our artists, our pride, our asset. Through you, Dr. Mukwebo, our brains are aligned with our talent. thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kosa and Mr. Nyalungu, for making sure we all understand and bring back the role of music in our African culture. We all know, I used to be told by my grandmother that, you know what, Mrs. we used to communicate through music. When I'm angry, people will know I'm angry because I will design a song that shows how I feel. That is our identity. That is who we are, and we hear the song, we understand the song, and we react to a song. So I'm very proud of the release today. Our cultural groups, wow, how wonderful it is to be reminded how we Africans direct our energy. Did you see the energy on the stage? Using our talents and gifts. Sialala, Lashu, and Dabula Moya, and also the other group that was doing acting here. Oh, that was amazing. Those were our kids. Showing us what they have and the amount of energy. I started looking at the dancing. I don't know about you because I'm working on my belly line. And I was looking at the guys there and thinking I will do that at home because I can see my tummy will go down. I was even thinking, why are they not making their own YouTube programs? We will buy them, and because we do exercise in our bedrooms, in a secret. And we will be there watching and doing exactly what they are doing. And I'm not lying. That's another innovative idea. Rolibua Amanda, I appreciate you. Our marketing director, Dr. Zaga, we are beginning to be seen, Dr. Zaga. We are beginning to be known. We are beginning to be known for how significant our contribution is to the society. I thank you for that. Keep up the good work. Don't get tired, but continue the good work. I would like to thank you, Mr. Namakondo, for indicating that we are in collaborating, working, integrated municipalities. I got so excited because we, as UNIVEN, we have this dream of having Thohoyandou as the city of the university with all the innovation and economies thriving. So hearing you telling us you are working together, it then gives us comfort to know we are led. Keep to it. Thank you. To our Thulamela Business Forum that was represented by Mr. Mbulungeli, I thank you for the words of encouragement and the gratitude that you shared, encouraging knowledge sharing and using layman's language. Colleagues, I'm sure you hear from the university professors that stop using bombastic words that are meaningless. Use language that will make everybody understand what you mean, even in the classroom, by the way. When you teach our students, let them understand what you are saying. Stop doing that English thing we were taught by the British through colonization, that those big words. To show off these kids that I can do English. No, not anymore. We need to be understood and relevant so that we can have impact. And that was said, and I am saying, AgriHub will go. And again, I thank the director of Scania, Mr. Godore. Thank you for endorsing the need to our own economy and advocate for accelerated innovation. We do not have time. I like it when you said that. We really don't have time. Otherwise, we will all become idiots. The giants are taking over. The giants are coming to our countries to get innovation. And they are running away with our own ideas because we are sold, we are captured mentally. We don't see ourselves innovating our own spaces and our own communities. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Director, for that. To Mr. Lisunzi, who was representing our Limpopo Economic Development and Environment and Tourism, I thank you for grounding us on understanding the power of 4IR during our times, talking about digital literacies and simulations. I have children who have studied in America, and South Africa rejected them. My daughter has an MBA, straight A's, and BSc, finance, straight A's, but South Africa rejected her. So she can't get a job. It's been 6 years. Then I looked at her. I said, I know you were book smart, but there should be more. I watch how she uses YouTube to educate her on creation, and she has started her own business, creating different designers and taking them further from the models she has seen. Your access to literacy should be empowering. It shouldn't be access to literacy to go and lock yourself in a room and watch rubbish, and then at the end of the day, you become cheeky at home because you've been watching garbage. It should be there to educate you how to think further, so that when you walk here, graduate, you already started your own business. You are a graduate with business. It is so true what our acting director said, that we cannot continue producing job seekers, but we need to produce people who create jobs. I then thank I think I'm getting sidetracked. Okay, to continue to thank Mr. Lusunzi, I want to thank you for also taking us out and saying, as much as we are going to do this regionally, the country needs us. I heard the director. The director said food security is only in Venda. Yo! If you marry me, then I'll bring my siblings. We will exploit it. So think bigger. Duplicate, replicate your knowledge, so that also other provinces won't come here. We will flock in. We migrate, you know. And you will be in trouble. So it's time to use your knowledge as a model to teach others in the country, so that you lead. As leaders, leaders lead. Leaders never follow. And be careful, don't lead midgets. Lead giants. Because midgets disappear on the way. Thank you for bringing us Dr. Madibanda on the board, specifically policy influence. It's highly important for research today. What are we doing research for if we can't change our countries, if we can't influence our policies, if we can't make our people able? We are supposed to enable the environment, educate our leaders, our political leaders, through policies, critically look at policies, so that we are able to lead. Finally, where's my friend? Our program director, KK Kakadze. Yeah. He's one of my favorite actors, and now that he's no longer there, it's really not nice, KK. You know what? Talent, we have it. And sometimes you don't need training to show it. We are born with it. You know, you've seen him being this rich, selfish, shy guy, becoming a pastor, staying in the woods, leaving all the riches. That was multiple way of presenting yourself, and that was awesome. I kind of enjoyed both, but then you disappeared. We need to talk about your disappearance. Because then the movie loses numbers. And I can assure you some of the events we keep on saying as we watch, if KK was here, this one was not going to happen. So yeah, I'm your fan. Thank you so much. It couldn't be the best occasion if our rich Mulaut with an attitude was not shining to us all. Thank you. Dolibua, keep on shining. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are you familiar with the saying, Akom Mbwamba? Thank you very much. Now, closing remarks. Our Honorable Councillor A. Chipango, MMC Vhembe District Municipality. Thank you.
Program Director for Makhado, who's well known, Gauri KK, the Vice Chancellor and Principal Tamberini, the Deputy Vice Chancellor Prof. NN Feza, Director of Communication, Dr. Takaran Zaka, Innovation Champions of Local Economic Development Project Leaders, Prof. Francis and Mr. Konde Mushapi, Department of Science and Innovation Director, Ms. Siwen Tuli, represented by Siamong Kumede, our artist, Dr. Colbert Rosalim Kwebo, the CEO and the head of mission, Dr. T. Musina, Director Committee Engagement, Professor Wanani Chandana, Deputy Director General, Mr. Muobe, Thulamela Business Forum, Mr. Pungini, and the Municipal Manager of Vhembe District, Ms. Sylvia Ndogo, the councillors who are in our midst, Mahosi Ashu, Wanda Vizita, Advocate H.S. Nkari, Husi, Kakanjaka the Third, Kusi Wo, Tzawane, Chipasa, Kala Chitareke, Kusi Wo, Dr. Chiflaro, Kala Chipasa, Kusi Kulu Madunzi, Tolerabo Maneje, Tolerabo Masia, Tolerabo Situmure, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, Nabachi Chai Chai, Naba Marende, the Masia. The Masia. Unfortunately, the program ya Kiki, you were different. Your Tomaga Ulebuwa, economies, that was the closing remarks. And the closing remarks to the politician is not less than 2 hours. You know, when a politician is about to go, but for me to spare your time, I would rather read, because if I can start to talk, the way now I'm going to speak. But let me thank every one of you who spent time in your busy schedule and honor the invite to this historic event of showcasing achievement by innovation champions for local economic development. IC4LED projects in Vhembe district. This historic event is historic in nature because it illustrates the success of working partnership between the university and key community stakeholders in local economic development. We have seen the time and wisdom it took for you to prepare, make presentation, and participate in making this project a success. Siawonga, you even said last time you are teaching yourself to pronounce Chakuma. So it means you took your time to prepare for this event. We must all appreciate your commitment and innovation in finding common ground and lasting solution to the challenges of local economic development in our district. As a district municipality, we appreciate the work which is being initiated by the university
University, the Department of Science and Innovation, and our local economic development unit for your innovation you showcased this morning until this afternoon. We must work together with communities to implement these innovations. I must also thank you for your generous contribution with human capital and financial resources which ensure the success of this project. The socio-economic milieu of our district characterized mainly by underdevelopment as a potential of creating community uprising and unrest. We are all witnesses of the July unrest in KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng, and we are all familiar with the consequences from those unrest in those two provinces. We must all work harder to ensure that there is community participation and empowerment through local economic development to avoid the catastrophe of uprising and community unrest. As facilitators of the District Development Model, DDM, we must provide infrastructures necessary for local economic development. Mr. Kotoro, when I arrived here early in the morning, I am very worried because the project is not even kicking up. I asked Professor Francis, Mr. Mishapi, and Makwane, because the time we arrived in this Vhembe district, I was the mayor in Thulamela, and I was the one who said those all well that we are going to assist you. And if until now you are not assisted, that's a serious challenge. I will also make follow-up with 3 gentlemen in order to assist the Scania to do what they want to do. When I asked Francis, he said, no, Kodore is coming, he will explain by himself what is the problem, because I asked them why the project is not moving. Program director, colleagues must be rest assured that this session was not just a talk show, but a platform for showcasing, sharing knowledge, and ideas which we must collectively embrace in shaping the destiny of our district. In your presentation this morning, ladies and gentlemen, you managed to correctly locate the district's role in localizing and contextualizing the institutionalization of a local economic consideration project. Prof. Fez, you said we mustn't use the bombard what words. Contextualizing, localization. You see here, the PA want to show the excitement that she can come with the big words linked to our district potential in local economic development. We have various nodal points in our district which devise diverse economic potential which needs innovative methods to unlock for the benefit of our people. I carefully listened to your presentation and deliberations and realized the wealth of resources, knowledge, and experience that if we commit to put and work together, we can achieve wonders. I have also noted your commitment to work with honesty, excellency, and discipline. I am convinced that you have succeeded in your presentation, giving the narrative and expectation of our people in your respective departments. Those of you who have not presented your norms and standards for any other outstanding information, you have up until the end of next week to make such submission. This will give a concrete expression to our people about ourselves and what our people must judge us against. The unemployment rate and poverty level in our district is very high and even worse because of the effects of COVID-19. Through innovation and sustainable local economic development, we must work to grow the economy, create job opportunities, and create sustainable livelihood to the impoverished residents of Vhembe district. Working together, we can better local communities. Program Director, as I conclude, please allow me to thank all of you for your invaluable efforts for making this day a remarkable success, and once again, send my profound gratitude to the innovation champions. The Department of Science and Innovation, the University of Venda, Vhembe District Municipality, and its 4 local municipalities and community schools at large for making this project a success. Dr. Mukwebo Colbert, you are always our inspiration. To he's a genius, he's a guru in the music, and he can even compose message to our young people. We must always remember the responsibility and trust bestowed on our shoulders, our fellow countrymen and women. Then the Rwanda, that is the Kamafunzi Warakimana Ori, Ushumana Vat, Ushumana Mzi. Wo Dr. Tabirene Rodorishka Vhembe, where I watch Pamwe Abama in the Vechkojina Tatu, Mzimari, Ushumana Vat back. Just because we are all here to service Vatwamzi. And if we are failing to do that, I have never known what the Lord had done. Recognise the hallelujah. I'm going to we have an obligation of helping them find some lasting solution to their daily mayhem and conundrum. Department of Science and Innovation, I need to believe that we did what you were expecting us to do. As you believe that if you pilot the project with Vhembe, with the University of Venda, the project will go far. Thanks for putting that trust on us. From today, we will call ourselves the founder of successful projects. As you are not the only department who brought pilot project, even the Department of Health, UDISA, and HI, National Health Insurance, in NION is also doing well. You are going to Savatu Mawasi Agor, not just to Razisa Vhembe, it was the champion. To the youth, during the Youth Month, let's go and celebrate by remembering our Calais fighter like Tsiz Mashini, Hector Peterson, Solomon Masha, and others who lost their lives in order to nourish the tree that will bear the fruits of freedom. One more. Now, one more Francis. Angeli America, Unamutu Ane Aitor, but by Spacey, who's from South Africa, and today, we're in South Africa. Uno Elon Musk, uno Genoch Koran Papitori, our drop out. Urachaba, the South Africa. So, opportunity to nature of America, which we must also do, is to collect all innovators, all engineers, all professors. We create a conducive environment for them wherever they are. We have got people like Mochini Zimbabwe. We've got people like Professor Mararo Doyo. However, what Rasama Shubisa, the prince I was part of the council at University of Venda, Dr. Tabiri. When Dr. Tabiri was part of the council, our council member. In the Sylvia, and then go to the apply Shum. It was also council that apply Shum. I'm the part of the University of there. Rory, we've got another doctor, another man who can take this university forward, whatever our Tabiri. I don't know what in the council, look at the member, back the interview, back apply because Rory realized that he can take this university somewhere. And then because of our support, he is doing something. And then we go to Ramba, and I took a Bachinia, but teaching which go to who you are I took a Bachinia, the government of Umori. Now, it's not when I realize that before he can also assist this district. One more very worry. Along with the Zotu Wapano, but to watch out. And because I'm going to spend the negotiation with several of the so I'm sure I am today. Basically, was a Kana. Aba we are never seen the winner of the daughter. Mapugema Kuruzawane, not the Oriental one. Riabala Batuane, Africa, Chumualo, Nuulima, the fruits that were Europe. And it must come to an end. Remember that no one is never Rukuzita Zashmara Papa. Now, the producer, the genius, that was the Zashmara England, the Zashmara Europe, the Zashmara Britain, that's all the problems in Ramanas. I used to tell the youth that we need they will be able to address issue of matter. But we have problems in matter. We have good problem is what is a basic need? Man, we can't give that service to our people. So we need this youth to come and assist us. How about the innovative ideas? They can even go to the sea. Because they will be innovated. So Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, status, and that thing doesn't assist us as the country. That's why we still have problems. We need youth, whenever the rich want to assist them to develop themselves. As they don't know them money, others will work for themselves. I bet we should more. I want to show they will agree with me, or you can't be a millionaire or show. That will tempt them to do what Francis Gotore discourages. Rather corrupt leaders, corrupt officials, because we will be wanted to be rich in one day. You can't be rich by wiki. Uba rich in Ushuma, what did Mushumo, were successful, were very rich. Elon Musk, they drop out. Marakodi, Doba Ayaskoya, partner, Namusi is very successful. Though I forget the name of this one for this company, where I drop out. Because I wanted to discourage and the verities at the verities. So we're encouraging you youth. What we need for our youth. What about the verities? But you whatever about to go there now. They will always blaming apartheid after 28 years. This generation is blamed apartheid. Our generation has blamed apartheid. No one will be born. Relief. But Rashmisa, the fruit of the freedom here, whatever Rashmisa will take this country somewhere. No, that's what we're going to do.
Thank you very much. Announcements. Dr. M.A. Makhado, who's a senior lecturer, RID. Dr. Makhado.
I've got only one, which is not looking nice. So, important dignitaries, those who went for the briefing in the morning together with the VC. So I would like to request them, after my announcement, to go back to the holding room. You are going to have another program there. I don't know, but Prof. Francis will tell you what to do there. So there's a brief meeting. So you're supposed to go there together na mahosi ashu, badotwa bahangeni. Jambo nendishopedza hapa, renelisa tutakuwa rote, rishikotonipa bayeni. Ridodzura pasi, bayeni basho bachuma batakuwa. Uri resaite kwanye nabo. Immediately after the announcement, I will request, I can't see Mrs. Trivi, I don't know who will accompany them who will lead them to the holding room. So whoever who is here, I don't know, is it you, Mrs. Mabogo, or, because this light is I can't see because of the light. So whosoever is responsible will lead the delegation to the holding room. The second one is about the team, the organizing team. Before I proceed, I go to this one. Our program director will also go with the dignitaries to the holding room. So the organizing team, you know yourselves, together with those who were not part of the briefing this morning, there's another meeting in IRD. So from here we are going to move to IRD to have that reflection meeting. That is why I said the announcements are not looking good. So we are going to have the reflection meeting about the whole launch. So we are going there. Everyone who is not included in the delegation list should go to IRD together with our two cultural groups. So before I sit down, I will request those who are giving us music to give us a nice song, as the delegates will be bakonenga mahosi kati na baeni bashu bakoya hangi heba bone machiro karuwa lorimo oyo ono do bathusa ba abathuse bangumele murahu hangi rina bamwe tshikadirafe Thank you.